Good evening, and welcome to a LEGO Star Wars stream. Tonight's LEGO Star Wars stream is special in that it is my first really big ship model. In terms of piece count, the ship we're doing tonight is approximately as many pieces as when we did the Arc 170 and the U-Wing. That night, those two ships' piece counts put together. So this is going to be a big one. And it's going to take us a little while. We're going to be together for a few hours tonight. The ship itself is actually one of the newer ships introduced into the Star Wars galaxy, having made its first appearance just a few months ago, last winter. I of course am referring to the Onyx Cinder from Skeleton Crew. I will switch to the camera so you can take a look at this box. As you can see, the box itself takes up the whole surface of the table. I can't even get the whole front of the box into the camera frame at the same time. This is going to be my biggest LEGO Star Wars set to date. It's nowhere close to the biggest. There's many sets that are bigger than this one in terms of both size and piece count. But this is pushing the limits as to what I can do on the table. In fact, I'm hoping that the completed ship itself actually can fit on the table, because if not, I'm going to have problems. But this is the Onyx Cinder from Skeleton Crew. There's actually a transformation feature to the ship in the show, but LEGO did not include that here because the set came out a couple months before the show did, and including that feature would have been major spoilers for the second half of the season. So we just see the ship in its original form that you see through the first half of the show, and maybe LEGO will revisit this in a few years' time, and maybe they'll make the other version of the ship. Maybe they won't. If Skeleton Crew doesn't get any expansions or sequels and was a one-off, they may not revisit the ship and do the other one. I like the ship. It has a few design features that remind me of the Rogue Shadow from Force Unleashed. Uh, Not really shape, but more like in terms of the color and the. But let's focus on this ship. The Onyx Cinder is a pirate ship. The premise of Skeleton Crew is that there's these four kids that are on a planet that's isolated from the rest of the galaxy, and one day, while running from their when running from the security guards, they discover what turns out to be a pirate ship, an ancient pirate ship that had crash landed on their planet and accidentally launched it. It's on autopilot to a spaceport where they learn that everybody else in the galaxy thinks their planet doesn't exist or is a myth because it's a lost treasure planet, and so nobody knows how to help them get home. So there's this pirate named Jod who joins them, and he says he's going to help them find their way home, but really, he knows about the legend of the treasure planet, and he wants to find it for himself because there's nothing good about that guy. There's one other major character in the show, and we'll talk about him in a minute. So yeah, like you can see the front of the box I generally show. I can't get the whole thing on camera. Little picture of the kids in the corner there. The kids are a nice assortment of characters. You got one alien, one cyborg, uh, and two humans of different ethnicities, and then of course you got Job the pirate there. So those are the figures that actually come with it. That actually come with the ship. And then the back of the box, again, I can't get the whole thing on camera, but you can see here how the side of the ship opens up, so you can get to store the pirate cargo hold. This picture is showing how I can't get that on camera, but this shows how the engines fold up for landing mode. There's a tiny little cockpit for Jod. There's a stud shooter on top. It is a pirate ship, so it does need to be able to fight. I don't see any indication of missiles that the flick missiles that Star Wars ships usually have. But it would make sense because this ship crash landed on the planet as while the planet was becoming lost and fading into myth. So it wouldn't have like all the upper modern technologies that the current Star Wars galaxy has. I think this ship crashed on their planet and the planet became a lost legend during the High Republic era. And then the show itself is set in the New Republic era, which is basically when Mando and Ahsoka take place. Mandalorian, Ahsoka, that era. It shows there's some storage compartments. Um, Before we get into the main build, though, I have a little something extra. I showed you that it comes with 5 figures, but there's actually 6. There's actually 6 characters on the crew that I consider main characters, and that's what this little packet of parts is for. In the show, the droid first made on the ship is named SM-33. His name, his droid number is a reference to the classic pirate Smee, who was Captain Hook's first mate in Peter Pan, the Disney classic. So it's nice I thought it was really cool that Disney Easter egg that reference into the Star Wars galaxy. But SM-33 is one of the most unique droid characters that Disney era Star Wars has given us. He leans heavily into all the pirate cliches. He's really awesome. And I'm not the only Lego Star Wars fan to be annoyed that Lego omitted him from the set. But I went on Rebrickable, which is a site for fan-made Lego creations, and I found instructions and a parts list for making a custom-built SM-33 out of legitimate Lego parts. So all these are authentic Lego parts that we're about to use to make our SM-33 droid. We'll make him first, and I'll probably have to take him off screen briefly to open up the box when we finish putting him together. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the here are the instructions from Rebrickable for SM-33, my little packet of parts. And actually, this ship is so big, before we start, I'm going to attempt to make my instruction. Nah, I just adjusted the wrong screen. I need to attempt to make my instruction sheet smaller, because this ship is so big, so I want to make the instructions a little bit smaller than I usually do. That will suffice, I think. Yeah, it may be a little bit harder for you to see the instructions, but the ship is so big, I'm going to need the whole build space on the table. Let's go ahead and start with the SM-33, our pirate droid. Now, I did not, in getting the parts for SM-33, I forgot to get the little rat that climbs around his eye socket. But that's okay. Minor detail. And I have other Lego rats in other sets, so I can probably just pull one of those if I really wanted to, and I don't think I want to. That SM-33's eye rat was a little bit on the creepy side, so I may not. I probably won't. But other than that, let's go ahead and start putting these parts together. And yeah, I know the instructions are tiny in the corner for you guys, but I made it big enough that I have it on my other screen in full screen, so I can still see the instructions. And that's what matters, is that I can see what I'm doing, because I'm the one who's actually building this thing. Excuse me 1 minute. I want to make sure that we're going properly, because I may see a little bit of a connection error. Give me 1 moment. My first, there's many sets that are bigger than this one. Okay, I think we're working. Okay, connection seems to be good. Let's keep going with this. So SM33, it has a unique shape in terms of droids that we've seen on screen. But remember, he was built during the High Republic era by space pirates. Actually, I don't think he was built so much as forged from salvaged parts. You'll notice in the movie, like I said, not the movie, the show, he leans into all the pirate cliches. So there is, so yeah, he's got the peg leg and other things like that. Oh, I was misreading the instructions there. I was looking for a piece that isn't in the, that doesn't exist. Sometimes I talk too much and distract myself. Oh, there's the other one. And yes, I did pre-count all these pieces when I received the Rebrickable order. I actually got this back in May. I intended to do this as part of Star Wars Month. But when technical issues made Star Wars Month practically non-existent, I made the decision to spread Star Wars content throughout the summer instead. I actually have one other bigger ship that I'll be doing. I have one other bigger ship that I'm planning to do in July. In the middle of July is the anniversary of my Disney World trip, and the day I went to Galaxy's Edge. And for the anniversary of that day, I want to do the one Lego set that the one set Lego only ever made one set based on Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. And I want to go ahead and get that ship and build it on the anniversary of my visit. And I'm still also looking at the possibility of doing the Dark Falcon at some point this year as well. But storage is going to be an issue if we start talking about doing bigger ships regularly, so I may not be able to do the Falcon. There are some non-Lego Star Wars sets within my build queue and my budget plan for the summer as well, so there will be time for those. The thing that makes black pieces difficult to work with is I don't have the best eyes. So when you just have a pile of black parts, it's harder to see this, like the shadows and how they're all... It's harder to make out the divisions between pieces in the pile, and it's harder to find the one I need. You'll notice in the instructions his 2 feet are different. That's what I meant when I said he's a pirate. He's made out of salvaged parts. They got the peg leg look going on. I think that, yeah, so... But at least with his feet, I can stand him up now. And he's actually, because this is a fan-designed model, and no, I don't know the original fan designer. I forgot to save that information. But if you go on Rebrickable and look up SM33, you'll find this guy. I'd say he looks pretty good, except his one eyeball might actually be a little bit too big. He captures the shape for sure. He doesn't really capture the face of the character. Let me... You know what? He does. I think it's a pretty good representation in the scale, and he will once we add once we get the actual figures, he's going to come out taller than them, which is important because he is a bit on the bigger side. He's almost like a predecessor to some of the assassin droid models you see around the main movie era. Let me just go over to Google Images real quick, and I'll show you what this guy looks like. You can't, because Lego didn't make a proper figure for him, it's very difficult to capture him in minifigure scale. I think the fan designer here on Rebrickable did the best he could, but here I'll show you some pictures of what he looks like. Like, let's get a big picture. Oh, he has a Black Series figure. Doesn't surprise me. So you can see like the face isn't captured all that well. The body shape, for the most part, is pretty good. You can also see that in the picture he's gray, and the fan designer chose to go with black. Again, not really a big deal there because most of the time when you see SM33, he's in the ship and he's in shadow and stuff. I'd say it's a pretty good representation of his shape, except the little eyeball tile. The eyeball's too big, so he looks like a mono eye, whereas in the pictures you can clearly see he's got a... in the pictures he's clearly got more of a skull-like appearance for his face. Yeah, I like his look. I like that skull look on his face. This figure version doesn't really capture that, but no matter. Here he is. I think they did a pretty good job, at least capturing his shape and his size. You'll see when we get the figures out. I'll go ahead and set him off. When we get the first figure, I'll stand him up so you can see how big the character is, and then he'll be seated like all the other characters in the front. I seat the characters. Although, do these have the short legs or the regular legs? Yeah, the kids all have the short legs, so they'll have to stand anyway. So now we'll bring the box back, and this is a big box, meaning it's too big for the push tabs that Lego boxes normally use. So there's tape that I have to slash real quick. I'm grabbing my tool. We're going to go ahead and slash the tape. Okay, we're in. And because the set is so big, I did do a little bit of Googling on the set before the stream, so I know we're going to be looking at 13 numbered bags. And in the interest of not making a big mess of things, instead of dumping up the bags on the table and then getting organized like I usually do, I'm just going to turn around and dump the bags onto the bed behind me and organize that way. So give me a moment to get everything organized over here. There is this big packet that I'll be opening up in a minute, which contains the instructions. The instructions do feel heavy. Let me go ahead and turn that off. So there's 13 bags. So over here in the back, I'm going to make 4 stacks of 3. And it looks like figure distribution goes all the way up to bag 13. So it'll be 5 times throughout the build where we'll start a bag with a character, I guess. I don't know which bags have the characters. That's something we will have to discover as the build goes on. Here's bag 1. I'm going to go ahead and put this one in front of us because this is what we're starting with. You can also see the teal separator Um, anyway, so yeah, there are officially three colors of brick separators. Orange is the main one. Orange they put into most of the sets with separators. And about a quarter of the sets with separators they put in the teal one. And there's also a green one. It's only ever been in 2 sets, but it's also sometimes given out by LEGO staff at certain events. Even though the green one is technically rare, you can still get one for only a couple dollars on Bricklink. Probably because the separator itself is everybody already has a bunch. So LEGO collectors tend to get one green one just to have it, and then so even though it's rare, the price hasn't inflated all that much. Okay, I have my parts piles laid out behind me, ready to go. And yeah, I think we're ready to start here. So before I start with bag 1, let's go ahead and open this up. Let me just make sure I get all the character names right. Alright, we are ready. So this packet should contain the instructions. Let's see. Oh yeah. In addition to the instructions, we also have the sticker sheet. Let's see, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 17 stickers. So not too bad. Considering the piece count and considering how involved this build is, that's not a bad sticker sheet. Although there are some circular ones. Those are always a pain to line up. And of course, we have this instruction manual. And this is a heavy instruction manual. Probably the heaviest instruction manual in my collection, I would say. Wow. You know what we do with instruction books? I'm just going to set that behind me. Let's bring bag 1 back into the picture. And we can bring SM33 back onto the table as well. And let's go ahead and pull up the instructions. Again, I have the instructions a bit tinier than I usually do because this build's going to require the whole table, I do believe. There might even be times that I might have to take the ship off if we're working on assemblies. So this just shows you how to use the, this page just shows how to use the brick separator. We've seen that page many times on the stream by now, so let's just get started. Wow, we're 25 minutes in, and we're just now starting the ship. I may have to rethink my time estimates. Okay. Well, we're here for the long haul tonight. The bag is open. Normally I keep the sticker sheet on the table where you can see the progress on it, but you know what? We don't have a lot of space taken up yet. I can leave it in front of me like I usually do. And SM33's little packet, I don't need that. That bag's too small to be useful for anything else. So the first, it looks like we're going to have our first character build here. So let's go ahead and, oh actually they do have a, it's the new version of Kid Legs that actually is posable. Okay, so yeah, we can work with this. We can have them sitting. So the kid we're building first, his name is Wim. And he has two faces available. He has the happy face. And he also has a scared face. He's probably one of the less confident members of the group, so I'll leave him on his scared face for now. And he has big hair. Wim is famous for his big hair. And it looks like, oh, he gets a little flashlight. Let's see if I can put this together correctly. I can't even tell from the picture whether I'm using the correct. Oh yeah, that should be correct. And it looks like he also gets a little radio. Like I said, they're on a planet that's stuck in the past that became isolated from the rest of the galaxy. Actually, in the first episode, when the show opens, before they discover the ship, they're actually in a high school that looks very similar to modern American high schools. If you didn't know it was a Star Wars show, you'd think they were in our world. But here's Wem. He's the first of the kids we're going to be seeing today. He's holding a flashlight and a radio. And we'll go ahead and... Now, SM-33 does walk with a bit of a hunch. So there's SM-33. He's top heavy if I pose him like he is in the show. So I'll stand him up a little straighter than he does in the show. And there's Wim next to him. You can see how he towers over Wim. When we get the Jod figure later, Jod is a full height minifigure. I'll show you the size comparison with him as well. But this is how he compares to a kid figure. You can see he towers over him. Let's go ahead and sit down our first 2 of 6 crewmates for the Onyx Cinder, and then we need to start building the ship itself. Let's move his accessories so that he can sit flush with the ground. Alright, so the first 2 characters are good to go. And now we get to actually start building the ship. We're in here for the long haul tonight. I took a long time getting to the ship itself. We're already a half hour into stream. So, like most bigger Star Wars ships, and I haven't done any on the channel yet that are big enough to require this. But this is going to start with a frame that's a Technic frame or a partially Technic frame. A lot of bigger constructions start with a partially Technic frame. I think the only set I have which actually did that so far is the dinosaur skeletons. That started with a little bit of Technic inside. The other time you see Technic besides frames is when there's going to be an action feature. Play features often require the use of the specialized Technic pieces. We've seen that a number of times over a number of different series. Interesting, we've already got a bit that looks like interior detailing, and we've barely started putting the frame together. Is that a bed? That looks like it might be intended to be part of a bed. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see as the ship goes together around it. And I just put that in the wrong place. It's connected by only a couple studs, so it looks like it's removable. So yeah, the ship's not going to look like much of anything probably for a couple hours. The ship is divided across 13 bags. It's that expansive, so it's going to take us some time to get to anything recognizable, I believe. But with Lego, part of the reward is watching the progress, watching the evolution. And the ship isn't going to be symmetrical because A, it's a pirate ship, B, it's a salvaged crashed pirate ship, and C, it opens on one side for the cargo hold. All right, where is that piece? Did I do something incorrectly? Oh no, I see where that piece is going. Okay, we're good to go. All right. I need to make sure, careful sure, that I line everything up correctly. Because if I make a mistake, it'll be more difficult than usual to try and fix things later. So I want to make sure that I completely avoid mistakes to begin with. I'm pushing the table forward. What's that? No, okay. There was a little glare on the robot. He also doesn't sit well, given his non-symmetrical nature. He doesn't really sit well either. There, I folded him up a little bit so he can sit a little bit better. I think we're going to have a nice assortment of fun stuff coming this summer. I haven't forgotten about the Mario stuff. I know I've been teasing for... I teased a few months ago that I have a lot of Mario stuff still in the queue that I haven't gotten to yet. This page, not this step, but the next step, we're going to see our first sticker. No, wrong color. We want to make sure we're using the correct color pieces. When you have multiple colors available for a certain piece, you want to make sure you're using the correct color at any given time. We're also going to skip the exit raid tonight because it's going to be late and I have to get up early tomorrow, so no raid tonight. Not unless one particular musician is on tonight. If they're on, I'll make it. I'll change what I said. But otherwise, we're gonna skip the exit raid. I'm trying to line up the sticker. Okay, that's lined up pretty well. So it looks like this is going to be a table in the middle of the cargo hold. That's what the first sticker looks like. And it's in. Now, here's where we do that piece in this color. It looks like this piece is a combination of some framing bits and actually the beginnings of the interior. It makes sense to build the interior as you go with this set, actually, now that I think about it, because it's such a big ship and getting into these spaces later is going to be difficult. So it looks like this is a little telescope piece. Telescopes are a big pirate cliche, so it kind of makes sense that they would incorporate one into this particular ship. Okay, yeah, some more interior detailing. This looks like a bottle of some kind. Oh, and a little pot. So this will be like a little kitchen area where they make their meals. So there's the pot and the bottle you can see in the back there. Well, back, front. I'm assuming that's the front. Actually, gonna be hard to say until we see for sure how everything is oriented. Am I supposed to have two of those spare, or did I miss one? No matter. Bag 2. It looks like there's no characters for bag 2. Let me reach back here. And actually, it looks like bag 2 is just going to be a bunch of framing. So here's the results of bag 1, which looks like it's the beginning of the structure for the cargo hold in the main living area for the ship. I'm going to go ahead and set that over here out of the way. I think we'll do a stretch break at the end of whichever bag has the next character. I think that'll be the best place to do the stretch break. So we got a little while to go first. Interesting. There's some brightly colored bits in this pile that I don't think that shouldn't be visible in the final build. It looks like this bag, based on the inset picture, looks like it's just going to be a piece of framing. And it's a fairly safe assumption that bag 3 is going to be more of the same. We need to start building up the interior structure of the ship. Yeah, lots of Technic in this pile in front of me. So yeah, over the next couple bags, we're going to be building up a lot of structure now. Let me make sure I use the correct length. Yeah. Okay, there's a lot going on in this step. Alright. No, that's not the correct piece. Alright, let's get that out of there so I can put the correct piece in. We want the longer pin, like this. Yeah, now that looks correct. Okay, yeah. You gotta be careful when following your Lego instructions, especially where there's Technic involved. I can definitely see a kid having difficulty with these assemblies. everything incorrectly again. I have everything one stud over from where it needs to be. Let's fix that before it becomes a problem. Sorry I'm not talking much. I kind of need to focus when it comes to Technic constructions. You mess up a Technic construction, your whole model's basically ruined. We experienced that when we did the ARC 170. There's a Technic mechanism to do the wing motion, and we messed that up, and I had to spend like 20 minutes going back and redoing everything. The next couple hours are probably going to be a little bit boring because the ship's not going to be recognizable for a few more bags. But every bag is important. This, right now, what we're doing is the internal structure and framework that you basically won't see once the ship is complete. This is all the stuff inside the ship that we're doing now that holds it all together. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. 2 holes in, so it lines up like that. Let me make sure I counted studs correctly. Alright. I'm almost dreading the next bag because I'm pretty sure we're going to have to do all this again. But once the frame is put together and we're past all the Technic stuff, it'll be so cool putting all the surface bits onto the ship and watching as the ship gradually comes together. But we need to do the frame before we can do that stuff, so this is what's going to help the ship be able to stay sturdy. Ship might be too big to do a proper swoosh test on it, though. The swoosh test is a big thing for LEGO Star Wars fans. I did it again. And I can't even... There we go. Oh, no, I had it right the first time. Okay. Lego instructions can be confusing sometimes. Alright, yeah, that step is correct. Okay. So this goes over here. Okay. Okay. How's this going? Oh, okay. I see how this is going in. So we need to push that in, and then I can put this on. And then there's another axle that has to go in as well to secure that bit in place. Like that. Alright, that bit is in. Oh, this is a very expansive bit of framing. This is probably the biggest bit of Technic framing I've ever put together. Unless, looking at the parts in front of me, it might be that the other side is also going to be this bad, because there's still a substantial pile of Technic pieces in front of me. Okay, how does this attach? So we have it with what looks like the bed this way. And it has a line up little gray overhang bit with these pins that are here, I think. Oh, and I see something that might be misassembled on the previous section, so let me go ahead. Yeah, I did do a slight misassembly back here, but this one's an easy fix. I just have to pull one pin out and move it one slot. So like this. There. My little mistake is already fixed. So we're going to attach this onto here like this. And now we're going to start setting up the framing for the other side, it looks like. So that holds this first part of the frame assembly in place. So this will go down. So this attaches onto here like this. But that's not connected to any, that's not connected yet. So then we get this weird looking piece, and that's going to go here and connect to these other pins. And then we get this other piece, this axle piece here, which is going to anchor this pin into place here. And I can see things are alright, so our little bit of frame is now more secure. It looks like we're going to continue to add framing bits onto the structure that we've defined. And now I can see why they had us do the interior during bag 1 for the cargo hold, because most of it's going to be inaccessible once this frame is done. You know what? It is all on one side of the ship. We will have to do all this again. Call it. For now, the ship's not so big I can't just move it off in front of me, but as the ship grows, that may not be an option. Okay, so this side, the frame is going to be slightly different because it's not doing, it doesn't, the ship isn't symmetrical because of the door that's going to open on the side for the cargo hold. So you can see from the inset picture, this one still has a lot of the Technic bits, but it might not be quite as advanced. We'll see. It's still going to be advanced. Technic is always a little bit tricky, but I forgot to actually attach this bit to this bit. Okay, so this bit connects in how? Like this. Okay, yeah. I keep pushing the table forward, so let's move the characters back a little bit so that they stay on screen because you know I'm going to keep doing that as I strain to figure out what these technic instructions are doing. We've been streaming just over an hour, and we're almost done with bag 2. I have no idea what to expect from the other bags, because bag 2 was quite a trip. There we go with that. So yeah, I will need to do a stretching break soon, but I think let's get the next character first. And of course, I don't like to stretch mid-bag, so we've got a little bit of time before that comes up. But when you're doing a long stream, you're going to want to do at least a stretching break, if not a full bio break. I typically try and go every 1 to 2 hours, take a little break. It's important when you do a long stream. How's this going? Okay, that's lining up with that. And then we get another axle into here, like that. I hope I used the correct axle there. So this will attach onto this side. And actually, if I put this into its position, this connects with that other connector from the other side. I just disconnected something. And everything else connects along where... What did I just push off? Ah, the table. I knocked out the little table from inside the cargo hold. That should be a reasonably easy fix. I just gotta reach down here and pop it back on. Okay, now that that side is attached, we want to make sure that this frame also connects in with the stuff on this side. And this one attaches here. And then we get this little piece. Oh yeah, we have to put this little frame on first, like we did on the other side. Once we get back into standard Lego pieces, things should go a little bit smoother and a little bit more efficiently, because those are easy to work with. And then these come in here like this. Oh. And then bag 3. Bag 3 looks like there's some more framing going on. So you know what? We're just going to take our stretch break here. We're going to take a quick little stretch break, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully I wasn't gone too long for you. It looks like bag 3 is going to be some more framework. So I'm going to take the beginnings of our structure and I'm just going to set that off camera. And pretty soon it's going to be too big to go that way, and I'll have to put it behind me instead. Bag 3, let's get it open. Okay, bag 3 doesn't look like it's going to be too substantial. I think from here, each of the bags is just going to be one specific little part of the ship. Let's go ahead and get this bag started. Okay. Okay, this one will go here, I think. Yeah, I think I have that lined up correctly. I think I counted correctly. Let's keep going. Wow, that's a lot of pins. Yeah, I think I counted those correctly. All right. Like I said, Technic requires a little bit of extra precision work. Like all Lego does, but Technic in particular. You mess up Technic, it's going to be very difficult to find your mistake later. Speaking of which, Okay, so now we're supposed to put this back, well, not back on because it wasn't on the first time, but onto for the first time, the structure. Oh, I see. Okay, so this part isn't, this part might actually be the beginnings of one of the motion features because it's not strictly attached. Actually, looks like we are making attachments. So I guess it's just a thing that had to be laid in before it could be attached. Yeah, because we are making attachments here. Although, are we making attachments? Yes, I think we are. Yeah, it's going. Yeah, the picture shows it going through. So, let's do that again on the other side. This is not. This lost its flushness. So yeah, this will line up with that. So yeah, we got some more structure going on there now. And that whole section is now secured. Okay. So actually it does move. What those axles did is it fixed it into place. So yeah, this picture shows that you're supposed to pull this little section here and it will move those little sections. No idea what that does, no idea what that's for yet, but there's very little Technic left in this pile now. Oh, it's going to be annoying, I think, moving it on and off. So instead, let's move the stickers and the separator off to the side, and we can have the main model itself behind the instructions while I work on this side of the table. No idea what that motion is for yet. It'll be cool to discover what it's for as we build up more of the ship, though. Is this our first bit of shaping for the ship, maybe? Let's just see how everything goes together. Okay, which side of the ship am I operating on? So if we assume that's a bed down there and the kitchen there, so it shows this. Okay, so it's our first little section of shell for the ship. It's going to be the underside of the back. Port side? Am I getting my nautical terms correctly? But yeah, that's where that section went right there. You can see it's setting up the frame for the bottom of the ship. You can see our first little bit of paneling for the bottom of the ship there. Oh, I see what's going on here. Well, I've definitely got a lot slower pace so far than I anticipated I would have for this set. But we did have a lot of technique to go through the last bag, so it's understandable. We're in it for the long haul, though. Stream's not over until the build is finished. Let me just check our connection real quick. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, where's the other little, there it is. So yeah, we're getting through bag 3 pretty quickly. So okay, so this goes where exactly? What am I looking at? Okay, so I want to have the bed on this end for right now. And if I, so it looks like this is going to be the back door. How's this lining up? The hole by the bed, it looks like. And I just accidentally popped the bed off. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, that looks like that's how that's gonna go. Let me, like I said, I'm assuming this is a bed, but I'm not 100% sure. And it's right by this panel here. And this panel is being set up like a door. So it might be, that might be like a cargo sleigh. Or it might be a bed, or it might be use your own interpretation. Lego's big sometimes on the use your own interpretation bit, so that's kind of the point. So now we're building the panel and framework for the other side. Okay. Okay, so this one is going to line up much the same way with those first two pins, and then this last pin up here in the corner. And boom. So there's that bottom section with the main back door here and the two bottom panels here for the back of the ship. Now it looks like we're going to be doing some more detailing work for that area. Let me see what I can get put together here. Okay, this goes onto the back panel, but how is the question? How does this all line up? Does it go on like that? It shows... Oh no, it shows it lining up here with these tiles. Okay. So a little section there. And actually putting that piece in place makes it so you can't really get in there. If you have fingernails, you can pull down on this little tab here. But that makes it, but putting that little piece in place just made the door mostly inaccessible from the natural grip place. So there might be further detailing on the door that'll come later. Meanwhile, we got to do this bit here. I can't even tell what this bit is trying to do here. I hope I'm doing this correctly. The instructions are a little unclear on the placement for these little bits. Okay, what's going on here? I think that's how they go. I hope that's how they go. Okay, and now it looks like we're putting some covering over the over the Technic framework. So we're beginning to cover up there some of the Technic there, I think, is what that tile's meant to do. Oh, wow. So now we're putting in some of the pin studs. This will allow for some other sections to attach later onto the directly onto the Technic frame here. Same studs on the other side. Okay. I don't think there will be too much of an issue. I think keeping the ship on camera, you'll lose the view of the, but the ship will be have to be behind the instructions if I keep it on the table, so you can still see the build area. Now, if we get any big sub-assemblies, then I might still have to take it off for a while. Bag 4, in which we got our next character. And the piece I dropped is a spare. So, as long as I don't step on it by accident, I'm not even going to worry about it. So let's bring out bag 4. Bag 4 is another bag that doesn't feel like too substantial a parts pile. Let's just see what this has in store for the development of our ship here. So this character that we're about to put together is Wim's best friend, Neil. When Star Wars fans saw the trailer for Skeleton Crew, they went wild because it's the first time we saw Max Rebo's species since actually Return of the Jedi. I think they appeared in one Clone Wars episode one time way long ago, but maybe. Not sure about that. So it was cool to finally see another member of Max Rebo. Max Rebo species. I forget what they're called. I have to look that up. Max Rebo, of course, being the famous keyboardist from Jabba's Palace Band. He became a meme. Supposedly he survived the destruction of Jabba's sail barge and that whole incident at the beginning of Return of the Jedi. Supposedly he survived and served under Boba Fett for a while. Or, not Boba Fett, Bib Fortuna. I don't know if he survived Boba Fett's raid of the palace under Bib Fortuna. Um, that was a whole big thing. I do not know any of the Max Rebo backstory beyond supposedly he survived the sail barge. The rest is just speculation. So, Neil, like Wim, also has a flashlight. And he, being an alien, he also has a molded head. And he does have the short, unposable legs. But he was kind of a small character. It is a small species in terms of physical size. So here's Neil holding his little flashlight. Cute little alien kid to sit here next to his best friend, Wim. And let us proceed with the build. So which way are we looking? So we want to have that tile facing that way for now. I will say this is definitely so far one of the more complex builds I've ever done. And you've seen me do a lot of builds on the stream, so... Okay, this one goes here. Let's pull that this way, I think is the best way to do it, behind the characters, while still leaving some of the build area free to work on assemblies. This may not be workable as the ship develops. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of pieces in bag 4. Okay. It looks like we're in standard Lego pieces now. So we should be able to pick up the pace a little bit from here. Okay, so now we have some paneling for this end of the ship. And this is going to attach over the studs we put on at the very end of the last bag. So that's the paneling section right there. This section here is what we just put together. Okay. Looks like there's a lot going on here. Okay, so it looks like we're creating a little bit of a landing gear here. So again, now the whole ship's going to sit at a lean until we get the rest of the gears put together. Okay, where's the other piece? There it is. Okay, so the gears are on that side, like that. The ship's going to sit at a lean until we get the ones for the other side put on, though. And here it's using some of the classic barrel pieces in gray for some of the exterior detailing and texturing on these landing columns. I have a feeling we're going to build up this side, and then the next bag we're going to be doing the equivalent stuff on the other side. So the ship should sit straight again relatively soon. What's going on here? The ship definitely has a unique look. First, because it's not from the same era as the ships you're used to seeing in Star Wars. Remember, this is a lost ship, a crashed, lost pirate ship that was rediscovered. So it's from a different era in universe. But also, it's a pirate ship. So it didn't have a fully standard construction to begin with. I forgot a piece on the other section. I hope I can fix that without too much difficulty. Yeah, we're good. So yeah, that just slipped through my fingers. I had a good grip until I didn't. I think it went behind it. Yeah, there it is. Let's fix all the cameras now. Something happened here. Let me make sure we're still rolling. Okay, yeah, we should be good from here. How's that go on? Okay, that goes on like that. All right. And then this one will go over here and do the same thing. And we're back in business. We're continuing to build up. I know you can't really see what I'm doing right now, but that's because I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So I can't really face the camera right now. Plus, this is a massive unit to work with. And now we're going back into assembly mode. So let me just make sure. Okay, so yeah. That little computer alert that something disconnected and reconnected, that wasn't what we're actually working on here. So that's good. Nothing that we're working on right now got disrupted. Didn't go off the table. I don't know why I'm so clumsy to begin with. It's a wonder I've been able to do as much Lego as I have, as clumsy as you guys know I am. And now we're going to attach some of these stud pins. And then we're going to do an assembly on the assembly. And then we'll be almost done with bag 4 after that. And from bag 4, we go into bag 5. And the ship's internal structure is really starting to take shape. And pretty soon we're going to start to see some detailing. So where's this placement? It's in the middle of the pins. There. That's only attached by one pin. It's got motion. I don't know if that's going to be secured or... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be secured. Hey. Shh. Excuse me a moment. All right, sorry about that. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to attach the little pin. Okay. Better catch it now than when it becomes a problem later. And here it's being attached. Okay, how are we attaching this to the... So this goes here, and then we're supposed to put the axle into the hole like this. So this is some more of the framework for this end of the ship. Yeah. So yeah, we just added some more framework right there. That's what that section is. And Neil's probably gonna fall over a lot, given that he has the kid legs, which don't bend. So size comparison between the kid legs, which don't bend, and the teen legs that do bend. You can see Wem is considerably taller than Neil. And when Jod comes out later, we'll do. I'll give you a full size comparison on all 3 minifigure leg sizes. Meanwhile, let's get back to the build, because there's a lot of ship going on here. Okay, so now we have to put in some more of these axle pieces. Right here. And then we get one more of those. Yeah, we gotta make sure the frame bits are straight so all the various pins and axles go in. And we have very few pieces left for bag 4, but there's 13 bags total, so we still got some time together tonight. Okay, where's this one going? Actually, it shows that this is supposed to be kind of not pushed in all the way. At least not till it's attached. Okay. So this goes on this side. And this is going to have this axle going through it. And once I attach that piece of frame here, I can then push the axle through and secure it. So we just added this little bit of frame here. I'm probably not going to show you every little bit of framework we add as it goes on, because this is already taking a lot longer than I was anticipating. We still got a long way to go just on building without extra showing all the steps in detail. So we're going to push these pins in to further secure these frame sections. So we have Wim and Neil and SM33 so far. So we have 3 more characters we're going to meet over the coming sections of the ship. Okay, why isn't the pin going in? There it goes. Am I something not lined up correctly? It's supposed to go all the way in flush. There we go. Our framework is now even more secure than it was before. Bag 5. And bag 5 is one of the bags that does not have a character. So we will pull it out and proceed with our build. Okay, so it looks like bag 5 will be doing the landing pads and the rest of the frame on the other side. Basically what we just did on that side, we'll be doing again for the other side in bag 5. So yeah, I fully expect bag 5 to be pretty similar, if not identical, to bag 4 in terms of progress. Let's see, yeah. The ship's already starting to pick up some serious weight, and we're only about 1/3 of the way through. But at least with these, with us doing the landing pads on the other side, the ship will sit straight again. I do like the name of the ship, Onyx Cinder. That's such a piratey name. Like I said, skeleton crew leans into the pirate cliches hard. And it's pretty unique when it comes to Star Wars productions. There's nothing else quite like it in yet. It's just so different from any of the Star Wars stuff that's come before. Alright. We just passed the 2-hour mark of stream. We're about 1/3 of the way through the ship. But remember, we did take a lot of time at the beginning of the stream talking and then putting together SM33. So okay, I did unmute. Okay, good. So yeah, with this little landing foot on, the ship will be able to, the ship will sit straight once again. And now we're just going to keep building up the landing pads like we did on the other side. See, this bag's going to go together pretty quickly because I know what to expect with this. Actually, there's one bit on the other bag that doesn't look like this bag is doing, but for the most part, it's pretty similar. I've already shown you what the framework bits are doing on the other side. So this side, I'm just gonna put them on. Let me just see. Yeah. The ship still doesn't look like much, but it's such a big ship that it needs a big framework in order to stay sturdy. So I think another bag or two, it'll start to look like a ship. We've definitely got a nice framework going. Right, we get the goes into that axle there, and then attaches on like that. And then we have this and a pin to secure it. That goes there. And then we have the panel assembly. So yeah, I think this added to the two other ships that I have planned for the summer is going to make a really nice beginnings of my Lego Star Wars main ship fleet. There's one really cool ship that they did from Galaxy's Edge, which I want to do for my anniversary of the trip, so that's going to come up in about a month. And then there's another really cool ship that, if I can budget for it, we will do. Since I am starting up a Lego Star Wars collection for real now, though, at some point I'm going to have to get some version of the Falcon. Okay, so this panel will go on here. Almost done setting up this side. And yes, bag 5 did go pretty quickly, because we pretty much already knew what was coming with bag 5. Okay, that bit is secure. Now we gotta put in these other framework bits here. Or no, I meant these stud pins. I gotta make sure I'm putting them in the correct slots, of course. We gotta make sure the other bits of the frame are lined up properly. Okay. And then, did I miss a piece? Yeah, I forgot to secure this pin. So after this, we're done with bag 5 and we're ready to move on to bag 6. And bag 6 is going to give us our third character. Or, well, our fourth for the night, but our third that's actually in the set. So let's make a little more room. So here's this side of the ship with the extra frame bits attached and that little bit of paneling on the end. I'm still not sure which end is front and which end is back. Quick look at the picture should tell me, except if I could see the gear, I would know which end was which. I still can't really tell from the picture. It'll be obvious soon enough. But yeah, here's our ship so far. Still mostly just a bunch of frame, but there is some interior for the main cargo hold already. It's already got a serious amount of weight to it. This is going to be a heavy it's already a heavy ship. It'll be even heavier once we finish. Let's get bag 6 out. So much of the build is being done on the ship itself. Let me just see something real quick once I open this bag. Let's see. Bag 6 is going to start with an assembly. Can I still use the extra space in front of me? Or am I too big for that space now? Let's find out. Yeah, we can still use the space just off screen. And I peeked and this bag does in fact start with an assembly, so we'll go ahead and take it off for now. So yeah, there are 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. And this is going to be one of the girls, Fern. Fern is a little bit arrogant. Because her mom is like the administrator for like the big school that they go to. Her mom is kind of a big deal on the planet. So, she's kind of arrogant. At least at first. So we have the confident smirky face. And we have the scared face. I know he went with a scared face for whim. But given Fern's character, I'm going to have to go with the confident smirky face for now. That could always change as they go on adventures. And she has the bendable mid-sized teen legs. And what do you know? Another flashlight. And what's interesting is that all 3 characters so far are holding flashlights, but they all have a different band of color around the top. I don't remember differently colored flashlights being a thing in the show. I could just be forgetting about it, or it could be something that Lego did to give a little bit of visual interest to the team. I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look at their flashlights in the actual show. They do carry flashlights in the scene where they discover the ship. So there's Fern with flashlight, ready to go on adventure. We will put her seated with the other kids here, and we will continue with the build. There's one more kid left who we will be seeing later, and then of course Jod the pirate himself. It looks like this is going to be, we're going to have some more stickers on this page, it looks like. It looks like these stickers might be just computer panels. They're definitely tiny stickers. Won't focus if they won't be able to focus if I try, but we'll see. Yeah, these are just computer consoles. I'm not going to worry too much about showing them off. You've seen one Star Wars console. You kind of get the idea. They're all similar. Alright, gotta do one more. Okay, let's not make assumptions. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's go back. Let me look at that inset picture real quick. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. Let's just keep going. Based on the consoles, this might be the main cockpit area. I'm not sure though. Yeah, that goes there. This one will go here. And then we have this other piece going here. And then we have even more stuff going on. We seem to have picked up a little bit of speed, but ultimately it's still going to be kind of a long stream. Probably not my longest Lego stream, but it has the potential to be close. And I have a few other streams in the queue that are comparable in piece count as well. So when those come down the pipeline, we'll have some more long Lego streams. There's one stream I'm planning to do soon that is comparable in piece count. I think it's about 50 more pieces, 50 to 100 more pieces than this total piece count. But it's 4 different sets, but they complement each other. So it makes sense to me to do those together. Okay, that's together. Okay. There's definitely some non-symmetry going on with this section. Where's that little... Yeah, there it is. That one goes there. And then this one will go here. And then that one goes on like that. Are they supposed to line? I'm not. Let's see. How are these supposed to line up? No, it's supposed to go like this. And line up from the bottom like that. Alright, now we're good to continue. Okay. Again, I'm not really sure yet what this section is meant to be yet, but I guess we'll find out when we attach it to the ship. There is a sticker here. Looks like the sticker is just texture and detailing for this little section here. There's what that sticker looks like. Yeah, I think I did all that. All right, so Now that goes there. And this section goes here. That's an interesting stack. And then we get some more stickers. And these two stickers are the same, just in mirror, so I'll only show you the one so that we can move on efficiently. But there's that sticker, and then there'll be another one for the other side. Okay, so this is now going to go... Okay, so this is going to be the main cockpit area, the navigator seat, I think. Is this this little bit from the picture? Yeah, I think this is a little bit from the picture. So yeah, this is going to be the navigation. This is going to be the navigation area, the piloting area. Let's bring the ship back into the camera, and this will attach onto the ship. How exactly? I'm trying to see how this all lines up. Okay, I see. So it attaches there, and then it attaches on that end, and then that little hole in there lines up with the hole on the other wall. So that's how that area attaches on. Yeah, I see how it's going. So now we have to secure that little section on. And I think we're going to do another stretching break when I finish this bag. The ship is coming together now. Pretty soon we're going to start adding details on. And here's another pin to secure it to the internal frame. So yeah, now that little assembly isn't going anywhere now. But it's still, you can see the bottom of the ship is still open. So maybe there's doors on both sides into the cargo hold. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, we'll take another quick little break when I finish uh, this section. When I finish this bag, I mean. If you've seen my Lego streams before, you know that I don't break mid-bag. But I also take more breaks the longer the stream goes. So, you gotta get up and stretch every hour or two. And we did our first stretch a little bit past the hour mark. And by the time we finish this bag, we'll be getting close to the 3-hour mark. So, it's time for a little stretch break. Okay. Now we're putting up some more of the exterior shaping for that section, it looks like. So we have this section. Okay. Okay, so here's the little uh, canopy cover. So yeah, so those little texture stickers, those represent windows. This little canopy cover here, this is a kind of an internal cockpit area. But yeah, our first little bit of the ship's surfacing is going on there, I think. And let's push this back aside for a little bit. So that we can work on this little section here. So it looks like this is going to be a little bit more of the paneling and exterior detail. At least that's my prediction. I did that incorrectly. I oriented those brackets incorrectly. They're supposed to go like this. Now we can actually finish putting this little panel section together. Or I should say continue. It looks like it goes on for a little bit more. But when we finish this panel, we'll be done with bag 6. And by page count, we're about halfway there. I estimated this would be about a 4.5-hour build. We didn't start till about the half-hour mark, so we might still end up somewhere around there. I did that incorrectly. It's time for the brick separator. Let's see if I can. No, that side was meant for tiles. So let's do this then. Let's do it this way. Okay, I don't know why. Alright, it did come undone. Alright, so let's try and get this last. There we go. We got those little plates off and we can start it again. And do it correctly this time. I said correctly. Yeah, this is how we go. Yeah, we fixed that issue. Let's keep going. And this panel, okay, so this is a little door that's going to go down here on this side of the lower cargo hold. That's what this panel is. So we take this in and we attach it to those clips like that, and that's what it looks like. And then you can close it up like that, and then you can open it up again. So we're starting to put on some of the exterior detailing. We have the door for one side of the hold. We have the cockpit fully enclosed up here. And that's where our ship is for right now. So let's take the spare bits off. And let's come over. All right, so bag 7 is going to be, it looks like bag 7, we're going to continue some of the exterior work. But before we start bag 7, we are going to take another quick little stretching break. I'm back, so let's go ahead and take out bag 7. So it looks like each of the remaining bags now looks like it's probably going to be some of the paneling and exterior detailing as we put together the outer shape of the ship. And it looks like the ship will, in fact, fit on the table when assembled. But it'll take up the whole table, I think, once we have all the detail bits in place. Alright, let us continue. Based on the number of bags left and the number of pages left, there'll probably be one more break before the ship is done. But the stream's already gone on pretty long, so I may try and go straight through depending on how I'm feeling. But yeah, it's already almost 9:30, and I estimate, based on I estimate we could go another. This is going to be probably another 2.5 hours. So yeah, we're going to skip the raid. I'll download my video, do my Lego inventory update, and call it a night after stream. You can already see the ship is kind of cramping my workspace a little bit. But given that a good chunk of what we're doing is on the ship itself, at this point, it looks like we're doing a lot of the paneling. So it doesn't make sense to keep taking it off, putting it back on. Only if we get like another big, massive assembly, maybe we'll need to start doing that again. But for right now, I'm just going to try and work around it if I can. Okay, so this panel here looks like it's gonna go onto this end of the ship here, which now that I'm looking at it, this is the end of the ship where we put that ramp on pretty early in the build. This is the ramp here, down in the bottom. So what I was calling the back before, I think, is actually the front. Also, that ramp is still hard to open up, so usually beds are in the back of ships, but here I guess it's in the front. Because, and the reason I say it's the front, because I'm looking at the box, and this is the panel we just made that's staring at me right in the front of the ship. So yeah, this is... I was confused about which end was which. Understandable, given that it was a bed there, but here we are. So let's attach this panel, and then this angles down like this, and we have our first little bit of the upper shaping. That'll sit like that. Once the other panels go on, it won't hinge like that. The other panels will hold it to its shape. Okay, this one goes here. Here. Excuse me. That sneeze was enough to knock over Neil, who of course can't sit because he has the kid legs. So yeah, now that it looks like we're doing onto the part of the build where we're doing paneling, we'll be doing this for quite a while. It's a big framework in front of us. But now that we're doing paneling, it'll start to look like what it's supposed to look like as we add each little assembly. Okay, so let's keep building. Yeah, all right, that's there. Ah, sticker time. Okay, so we have a little bit more Technic here. I think this is just for attaching to the already existing Technic on the frame. Let me check our progress real quick. Okay. So this will go onto here like that. And then it looks like we do another one of those. And this one will go on like this. And then we get one more sticker here. All the remaining stickers are little circle stickers, which I find a little pain to line up straight. But yeah, no, that sticker is way off center. Which kind of sucks because I actually had the detailing for the sticker lined up straight, which is hard to do with circles. Give me a moment. Better, but if I play with it anymore, there's going to be noticeable. There's already noticeable damage on the sticker from when I tried to adjust it, so I can't play with that sticker anymore. So here's what this surface panel looks like, and it shows the panel being put on. All right, I'll be better off if I line up the ship like the picture. But if I do that, then what I'm doing goes behind the instructions. So if I do this just for a few moments, do it like this. So this is supposed to line up over here, and it's supposed to match up with the front, except I was putting it in the wrong way. So it goes in like this. Or it should line up. It should line up like that. And I just lost my little assembly chunk in there. So let's try that again. So if this lines up like this, do I have an off by one? No, this is supposed to overhang that. Okay, so this next step, we take these two pins, or these two axles, and we line them up and push them in. And let's pull that out, because when I push that in, the base came off where it's supposed to attach. So let's try that again. Let's see here. That was not supposed to happen. Easy fix though. Okay. Need to line this up correctly so that the pin will go in. And the little bit from the bottom of the panel where the hole is supposed to be connecting keeps separating from the bottom of the panel. Let's see, where exactly is the hole coming through? You gotta, when you're working with Technic, you gotta make sure everything is lined up precisely. And that little section came off again. Let's see. Now that that section is in, can I attach the panel with that section being placed? Is the big question for right now. No. Okay, let's keep trying to get things fixed here. If I go in this way, can I get it to line up? Maybe. But then I gotta get this part of the panel on, and this part of the panel doesn't. Let's take this off for a little bit till I can get this straightened out. So yeah, let's take that little front section off real quick till we can get this part of the panel figured out. So let's try. So yeah, that needs to line up like this. If I can get that to line up, maybe.
I'll wait till you're done with stream, but we do have a few things to talk about, and we have some research to do. Okay?
Okay, let me focus, please.
I am eating right now.
I'm gonna need to eat when I finish.
Yeah, I'm off limits while I eat.
Okay. I've got at least another hour and a half on this, I think.
All right. I want to be in bed by 1 tonight because I have to get blood drawn tomorrow morning.
You know everyone can hear you.
Just letting you know. I don't care if everyone can hear me. They can know my business.
Alright, so now that that's on, the question is, with that panel on, can I slip this other panel back into these clips that are obstructed? No, I cannot. So this panel has to be on first. Okay, so now we gotta try to line this panel up again. Yeah. I see where the panel needs to go, but it's not lining up. I wonder... Now if I turn that around, that'll put more of the... Okay, why aren't things working here? Something is definitely... I counted all the technicals correctly when we were making that frame, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Unless I... Unless I have an idea. We have to go back to the other panel though. Did I put the other, yeah. I think I put the hinges on backwards for that other panel, which would explain why this panel is not lining up. So if I go back and I do that panel that way, I can then come back and take this panel. See, sometimes you just have to step back and think about it for a moment. And this panel goes on without issues. I had the hinges backward on this little front panel here, and so it was actually sitting at the wrong angle. But once I fixed those hinges, this panel went on no issues, no struggle, and landed where it needed to go on the Technic frame. Okay. That took a bit longer than I was hoping for, but we got to keep going. We still got a lot of these little panels to put together here. So let's... that was close. All right. I will say, after the ship's transformation, which again Lego did not feature because that would have been a heavy spoiler, the ship does get prettier. It's kind of a not pretty piece of space junk to begin with, but it is a pirate ship, so it's not meant to be pretty. So now we're building up another little panel here. Okay, so this goes on to, how is this lining up? Here, like that, I think. No. Thank you for not going off the table that time. Alright, that's how that goes on. Okay. So it shows this panel. I have it face. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So let's. So this panel goes into here. The axle goes into the little brick down there, if I can get it to line up properly. And then the panel itself folds into position. So yeah. There we go. So that closes up this side of the ship. As you can see, that's what that side of the ship looks like with that panel attached. And I would assume the rest of this parts pile is to make the matching pile, the matching panel for the other side. That looks like a correct assumption. Let's go ahead and make this panel. And then we've still got a whole lot of body work left to do over the coming bags. And the ship still doesn't have engines or weapons. It's a pirate ship. It needs weapons. Okay, yeah. So it looks like this bag is going to conclude with this matching panel for the other side. It looks like the tiling is not an exact match, but the basic structure of the panel is the same, so that's why I say it's a matching panel, even though the tiling is not an exact match. Actually, the tiling might be an exact match. In mirror, of course. It looks like it's just doing the tiling detailing in a different order for this side for some reason. So once I attach this panel, we'll have the detailing done for the top of the front of the ship. But there's still a lot of sections left uncovered. The ship's not ready to fly yet. So let me just come in here and get the axle lined up with a little Technic brick inside. And that panel went right on with no issue. Okay. So there's the there's the top of the front of the ship with all the panels on it. It's time to move on to bag. I think 8 is next. So yeah, we're making good progress now. And a piece just yeeted under the ship. At least it didn't go off the table. So it looks like bag 8 is going to be some more of the surface detailing. Yeah. This looks like it might be the beginnings of those little stubby wings we see on the back there. I think is what's going on here. Either that or it's a panel. looks like some more attachments for the Technic assembly here. Okay, so now we have to go to the bottom of the ship. Okay, so it's not the wing. All right, you know what this is going to be? This and the next section, that's going to be the little panels to cover these two big triangular gaps in the bottom of the ship at the front. So if we're looking at the bottom of the ship, this is going to, we line up that with the axle that's already there. And we just popped a top panel off. You know what? Since we got to be on the bottom of the ship right now, I'll just fix that when we go back to the top of the ship afterwards. So let's yeah, that's not secure at all. Hold on. Let me take that back off. I feel like something may have broken inside. Nope. Nothing broke inside. It's just the way the pins are. It just felt like it. So let's get that pin back into the hole and close the panel. So yeah, that's a very wobbly single point connection there. That panel's not secure at all. Hopefully this next step in the instructions is going to secure that. It looks like we're making this big circular piece here. So it has this circle piece that we made, and it's going to have a stick this onto the axle and press it into some of the exposed studs on the side here. And when I do that, actually, that holds the other loose panel in place. It's still a little bit wobbly, but it doesn't feel like the panel's going to go anywhere now. So let's keep going with the assembly here. And then this section will attach here along these studs like this. And then we just get a little tile here to connect up to those studs, thus finishing the Technic brick down there. And now I'm going to turn this around. So that's what that bottom of that side of the ship looks like with the paneling in place. So now I have to do all that assembly again for this other side, and then I'll fix the top panel when I turn the ship back up top side. I have a feeling things are going to move pretty quickly now. We still have a ways to go though. Let's make sure I have everything lined up correctly. Yeah, we're good to go there. So now we come on this side. We set up our little connector here. And then I come into here and I line up the axle to the Alright. Let's pick the ship up and see what I can get going here. Alright, so the panel's on. Now we gotta do the little circle. And that goes on to the axle and holds that panel in place. And then we build a little side strip with a little detailing. And that will go on. And cover those studs. And then that tile at the front of those to cover the rest of the exposed studs there. I was wondering why those were uneven. Interesting. Oh, right, because it would have been in the way of those two panels going on. That's why those last two little slopes weren't on the landing feet. So now it has us going back to the top of the ship. Wem and Neil both fell that time. Fern's probably laughing at them. Let's go ahead and get everything else back the way it should be. This panel fell a little bit out of alignment and this panel came completely off. So I need to put this panel back in. Yeah. There's still a lot of exposed Technic frame around the sides and back though. But the front of the ship is all paneled up now. So what do we do on the front of the ship? We have this bit. No, this. So these studs go here and here. And then this bit goes on like that. this goes on. Bag 9. Still no sign of our last 2 characters, but they'll show up eventually. Can I maybe angle his flashlight down so he has a functional 3rd leg? Yeah, that might work. We're at just over the 3.5 hour mark of stream, which means we've been working on the ship itself for about 3 hours so far. We've got about 100 pages left of instructions. So yeah. Like I said, one of the more complex builds that I've done. Alright, now I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So I apologize in advance if any of the action goes off camera, which it's pretty much guaranteed at this point that a lot of the remaining action is going to be off camera. No, this has to line up here like that. And then this big long piece we have going down this strip. And that leaves the 1 stud gap that the picture shows. Okay. Okay, so now we're doing some plate work that looks like is meant to secure the rest of the ship framework together. Maybe. Yeah, that goes on like that. And then this one goes on to here like this. So it looks like what we're doing right now is building up around the top of the ship. Okay. And then they have these big corner panels. So let's keep lining up all the plate work. They're called corner panels. Obviously, they're not actually in the corner on this build. They're right there in the middle. But they're called corner panels. Or corner plates, I should say, not panels. Panels are something different in Lego. so this one goes in there. So yeah, I've done sets with comparable piece counts before, but other than the Mona Lisa, which was one solid piece when completed, the other sets I've done with comparable single set piece counts, the Holiday Village and the Festival Parade, each featured multiple builds. So in terms of single builds, this is probably the most substantial that I've done other than Mona Lisa, by piece count at least. Well, the gardens were pretty substantial, but they were more compact. They're a little bit smaller on the shelf, I think. Still very involved and detailed builds. The Avatar Torque set, also comparable in piece count, but again, multiple builds. You get the cave entrance, and you get the Tree of Souls, and you get the Torque itself. So there's 3 separate builds in that set. So in terms of single build, probably this, Mona Lisa, and the gardens are the most substantial that I've done. You can see some of those other sets on my channel. Just look me up, same name on YouTube, Uncle Evie. On YouTube, you can see my Lego playlists. I have a few different themed Lego playlists going on. So right now we're filling in a lot of coverage of the Technic frame, is what appears to be going on with the current construction, the current bag. It used to be, long ago, that there weren't numbered bags. Lego had you dump all the pieces out at once. Of course, that was before thousands of piece sets, back when the highest piece count in a set was like 500, 600 on occasion. They had you dump all the pieces out on the table. All the figures were done on like the first page of the instructions. Now that numbered bags are a thing, they the figures are distributed throughout the build, so you don't get everyone at once, which is cool because you get to discover the characters as you go on with the build. You don't, since a lot of people consider the characters to be the best part of a Lego set, or one of the most important parts of a Lego set. By spreading them out throughout the build, you're having the character fun spread out throughout the build as well, rather than having it all up front like they used to, which is good. I like it better this way. I like having all the characters spread out like that. So it looks like we're beginning to develop shaping for the back of the ship. what's going on here? So yeah, I know I haven't really been doing my Lego Saturday streams the last couple weeks. Been having a lot of technical issues, a lot of stuff going on, but we will. I know what the next big Lego stream is going to be, so I should be doing that one this weekend, hopefully. And then we'll stick this over here, and then these go here. All right, what's going on here? Okay, this one will go here. And then this one will go here. And then we have this one going to cover all this middle section here. Closing up some more of the structure. And now we have a little bit of our first actual assembly of this bag that we're not building directly on to the ship itself. I keep doing that tonight. So there's actually a little turntable going on this section. And where does this go? On top. Okay, so this goes here. Still not sure what this little switch is for on top. Oh, wait. I see what's happening here. I do know what the switch is for on top. It's for the engines that rotate for landing position. We haven't built the engines yet, but we will. So yeah, you push this little lever on top, it will rotate the engines for landing position. I don't know why it has us putting this little, yeah, probably to make a little bit the handle a little easier to access. That's probably why it has us putting this little axle in there. Okay. This bag's almost done. And I was right that the speed would pick up once we got past all that Technic stuff in the beginning. And we're about to get another sticker. But let's go ahead and get the pieces on for the step on first. So there's another turntable. Definitely lots of greebling on this ship. Okay. So this sticker goes like that. I think I did pretty well for a first try, considering I was applying directly to the ship itself. It's not perfectly straight, but it's good enough. Remember, it's a pirate ship. It's meant to look beat up and old and rusty. So if the sticker's not perfectly straight, so what? Oh dear. I dropped one of these. And I didn't even realize it dropped. Well, I don't see it, but that's... I'm sure I got one of those in the spare bits. I just dropped several pieces from spare bits. Let me... I found the piece I need though, so let's... get that put on. Bag 10. Still no sign of the last two characters. But hey, here's what we've got so far. We've got a good... the top is covered over. The front is paneled up. We still have this big... we still have this... the entrance into the cargo hold not covered over yet for this side. And then we have all this exposed stuff in the back where I guess the engines are going to go. But I guess let's start by getting bag 10 out. I need to see what dropped. Something definitely fell there. I'm just not sure why. Maybe it was that. I hope it was that. Okay, let's get bag 10 started. And we're going to do another stretching break after bag 10. Mainly because I just realized I need one, and well, I forgot, and I didn't realize I needed it till after I dumped out the bag, so let's build first. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, my workspace is kind of cluttered right now. But since a lot of the action is taking place on the ship itself, it kind of has to be that way for this build. Okay, so it looks like this is going to be the door for the cargo hold down there. So if I come here and click this into the clips like this, we have a door now, and then this door can come up, and this door only goes, oh, it goes all the way up, and we still have this upper gap to fill. But yeah, it looks like both of the little doors to the cargo hold don't really have a place to grip once paneling gets completed. Let's keep going. This bag is a very substantial parts pile. So I suspect that this bag is going to be like the rest of the surface detail, and then we're going to start to see the wings and engine assemblies in the last couple bags. That's my prediction. Okay, this goes on to here. I messed something up somewhere. I also dropped a piece. Before I continue, I have to see what I messed up. And we've already passed the 4-hour mark of stream. Oh. I used the 6 wide instead of the 4 wide. Easy fix there. That's where I messed up. No biggie. Now we can proceed. I'm glad I caught that. I am really enjoying this build, even though it is going on, even though it is taking longer than I anticipated. But with Lego, that's not always a bad thing, because the longer it takes you, the more time you have to enjoy the build process. The ship has some serious weight, and it's not even done yet. Okay, where's the other clip plate with a clip on it in gray? Is that the piece that yeeted off the table before? Shoot. I'm not seeing the piece I need in the parts pile currently. Yeah, it's not in the parts pile. Unless did it go under something? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, I need to check the floor again because I most definitely dropped. There it is, found it. Okay, let's keep it going. Ah, Fern made her first fall. Wem stayed up that time. But he had falls before. Neil, of course, had the most. Alright, now that we found that piece, let's proceed with the build. Okay, so this is the panel for the upper part of the gap into the cargo hold. So we'll go ahead and clip this on like this, and then this one will fold down into position like that and meet the lower part of the door. So to open this side of the cargo hold, you pull up and then you pull down from here, and then the whole, and then on this side you just have the little tab to open it, because this side only opens from the bottom because you'll have the cockpit above it in here. Okay, let's see what's next. So now we're going to continue, it looks like, building up the surface detailing for the back end of the ship. So let me see, can I do this on camera? I have to think of everything in reverse to do this on camera, I think. Maybe it'll work. If it doesn't, I'll have to turn it back around. In which case, you won't be seeing much of what's going on. Okay, yeah, so this one will go on like this and go over here. So far, it's all pretty straightforward. But if any point comes along that I can't interpret what I'm doing with the ship facing away from me, I have to turn it back towards me. Okay, this is one step I have to do facing towards me. But it looks like a surface detail, so I should be able to turn it back towards the camera after I do this little bit. Okay. This bit I can turn back. Okay, how does this line up? Like this, okay. So now I have to do the one for the other side. Yeah, definitely going to do a stretching break after this bag. I predicted there would be one more though, so. Okay, so the shape for the back of the ship is now coming along. We still have some exposed Technic where the engines are going to go in the back. But other than that, we've pretty much covered over all the Technic. We still have some exposed Technic up on top as well. But we haven't closed off that panel yet, so we haven't closed off that section, so we still got a bit to go. Lots of little bits going on to this ship here. And the Falcon's got even more pieces. That's going to be a marathon build. Well, this is already a marathon build session. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like we're building another little cargo area. So it has us have this little cargo crate with a cookie inside. And let's see, can I even... I can't really get that to show well on camera, but a little sweet treat hiding in the back. This must be where the ration storage back here. And you know what? The cookie tile is a piece they usually give you as a spare bit, so I'm going to go ahead and put the spare one in the crate as well. Little, well, there. And then, so here it has us putting together a little bit of a vegetable. So yeah, you can't eat your cookies till you eat your vegetables. Not sure what kind of vegetable, but this is the Star Wars Galaxy, so it's an analog to something we would have here without being exact. But here's the little cute little vegetable to go into the other food crate here. And we'll put the cap on that one. And that one will go here next to the one with the cookie inside. And we have to go back on the bottom of the ship now. so this clips in down here. So you can see this big gap here in the back of the ship. This whole section clips into the hinges here. And then you close this flap, and then this flap can be closed. So there we go. And then when you're going back top side, if you're careful, you can pull down your little food storage and lower it like a little ramp like that. It perfectly fits the contours of the ship. Now let's keep going. We're almost done with the bag, so it's almost time for a little break. And it's going to be another sticker over here on this page. Oh, I see how it's going together. Oh, shoot. Something went wrong somewhere. I have extra of these, but I'm missing some of the grates, which means I probably confused somewhere where grates needed to go versus where the ingots needed to go. Let's get back into that little door in the back, because mostly we've been working on the back of this bag. So that's where the mistake would have been since we started the bag. Let's see. Let me go back a bit and see. That's probably where I messed things up, is the side paneling for the cargo hold. Yes, that's exactly where I messed up here. It was supposed to be 3 grates and 2 ingots, and I made them all grates. So let me fix that up real quick. Let me just make sure, yeah. I knew it was something simple. Easy fix. So now I can come back to the assembly I'm working on. Okay, I'm also have this tile sitting out that I clearly forgot to put on somewhere, so let me go back and see. I definitely missed placement of a tile because this is not a piece that they give you spares of. So this is the lower portion of that card. Yep, I see where the tile is supposed to go. Can I? And I just put it on without even having to take anything apart. So yeah, everything is properly accounted for now. There was a little bit of dust on one of the pieces there. You're still looking at the back end of the ship. Let's come back and finish this little door panel that I'm working on. And it looks like the door panel gets a little sticker to finish it off. And that's going to conclude bag 10. So with bag 10, the surface is basically pretty much paneled and all the detailing is on, but we still need the engine and wing assemblies and the weapons. So, sticker. We should be able to press through the last few bags in one go. We only have about 60 pages of instructions left. So that's what this little section looks like. Oh yeah, that's definitely not straight enough. I mean, I know I said before it doesn't have to be perfect. It's a pirate ship. It's meant to be rusty and crunky, but there are certain things that are just too far off. And this panel goes onto these clips here. And it covers over this little bit, last little bit of the structure visible from the inside. So we covered that over now. And then we close that. And then all the Technic that's left exposed are these bits in the back. These last bits of the frame where the engines are going to go. So let's, we'll put the ship like this. So the front is forward and the Technic bits face away from the camera. And we are going to, so bag 11 is going to start with our final character. But before we do, well, not our final character, but our final kid character. But before we get into introducing that character, let's go ahead and do a quick stretch break. And I'll be back in a minute or two. And we will finish this build Yeah, it seems I was right to make the instructions smaller for this one. And even then, it still takes up too much space on the table, the instructions. But yeah, you can see that the main structure of the ship is now finally all together with surface details. We still have a few more bags, which is going to be the wing and engine structures. There's a wing and engine structures on the back of the ship, and also there's engine structures on the front of the ship. So the engines are going to go, the wings are going to go where we have this exposed Technic in the back here, around here. And then the engines are going to go on these exposed Technic axles. And this little lever on top, it actually turns those axles. And that's what's going to give it that, that's what's going to give it that play feature where you can rotate the engines down into the landing position. Actually, that's a cool mechanism. I haven't even put the engines on yet. I know it's a cool mechanism. Here's the status of the sticker sheet. You can see we just have these 6 identical circle stickers left. Let's go ahead and get back into bag 11. And here we have the fourth and final of the kids. Let me... you're looking at the back of the ship right now. Well, that's okay, because I think we're about to build on the... Yeah, it looks like this is going to be some engine parts in here. You can see all these round cylindrical bits. That's a telltale sign we're about to make some engines. Alright, so bag 11 is going to start with our 4th kid. This is KB. This is Fern's best friend. KB is a cyborg. It's hinted at at one point that at some point in the past she had some kind of accident and the cybernetics are keeping her alive. So in that way, she's a bit like Vader. Darth Vader, but or General Grievous, he's another famous cyborg. There's actually a few cyborgs. Luke Skywalker with his mechanical hand after Empire Strikes Back. He's technically a cyborg. Then you got Lobot, the computer administrator of Cloud City, who's seen in a few background shots. There's the biker gang from Book of Boba Fett. There's a lot of cyborgs in Star Wars. And KB just continues on that tradition. So there's two ways like the other human kids, KB has 2 available faces. And I don't know why the head just got stuck. So I think there's a manufacturing error on this minifigure head because it just got stuck and I can't turn it. Or maybe the neck peg has a manufacturing error. No. It was just a fluke. So you can have KB without her visor, but in like this. But she only takes the visor off a couple times in the show. Most of the time that KB is on screen, the visor is on. So with the hairpiece attached, and we have to get her torch as well. And there's one scene I found a little sad and disturbing. So, they're lost. The kids get lost at one point. And, KB's cybernetics start to corrode. and she almost dies. And one of the other kids actually has to make replacement parts out of stuff available in the wilderness. It was an interesting scene. And you can see, once again, another flashlight. Let's see, do I want visor side out? Let me look at both sides real quick. Oh, looks good either way, but most of the time she has the visor. It only rarely ever comes off in the show. So for purposes of our minifigures, we're gonna have her with the visor side. So there she is with a flashlight and all put together. We now have all four kids. There's still one more figure in the set who we will meet later, and he's the bad guy. But for now, the kids are complete. Finally. It took us almost 5 hours to get to this point to have the full team of kids. But whatever. We are doing what looks like a substantial wing assembly. So I am going to go ahead and put the ship off. And I think what I'm going to do is, because it's going to have us do an assembly for each side, I think I'm going to keep the ship off screen, build both of the wing assemblies, and then attach both of them when when both of the wing assemblies are done. That way I don't have to move the ship too much on and off. So yeah, when we finish this assembly, we'll just set it aside and do the one for the other side. Unless the instructions don't go right into the one for the other side, then I'm going to want to keep things in the proper sequence, I think. No. I'm using incorrect pieces again. I got to pay attention to what I'm doing. So yeah, it was sad when KB almost died when the cybernetics went corroded. But in a way, that was also kind of a cool scene, watching how they were resourceful with the natural resources around them. Oh, I see what's going on there. Okay, we can proceed. Now, if it turns out this bag is just the assembly for this side, and then the next bag is the assembly for the other side, which actually that looks like it's how it's going to go. So I may have to bring the, well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Did I miss a piece somewhere? Yes, I did, but we can fix that right now. So actually, it looks like this bag is just going to be the assembly for this first side. And man, I'm starting to get really hungry. So I'm going to need to eat dinner when we finish this build. Midnight dinner, so I'll probably be up half the night. Even though I just said I want to go to bed right after we finish. So yeah, it looks like this bag is going to be just the one side. The engines and the wings for one side, and then we'll have the engine and wing assembly for the other side in the next bag, and then the front engines are probably in that last bag. Oh, I actually have to put this on. What fell? Something fell, but I didn't see what. Hopefully that's a part that's usually shows up in. Hopefully that was one of the small spare bit type parts. Ah, I was looking for the wrong color. That's why I didn't see that one. Okay, our first little bit of engine. That's cool. Okay. Assembly for the assembly for the assembly. Now we're getting deep. Okay. I did that incorrectly. Um, this piece is supposed to face this way. Now I can put that back on and it'll be correct. And this goes in like this. Okay, so I can see. So those 6 identical circle stickers are going to be for engine detailing. And I only see 3 of those little engine tiles in this pile, and there's 6 of the stickers. So the other side is going to be mirrored in the bag 12. That's what the little engine sticker looks like. And it's going to be inside a bigger cylinder, so it won't be, that's what it looks like inside the bigger cylinder. Okay, so the engine and wing assembly is coming together nicely. So I think it's going to be 3 engines per, maybe it's 2 engines per wing, because there's the engines up front as well. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so this bag is definitely just this one side. So we'll bring the ship back so we can attach it, because there's probably going to be a few pieces put on after the attachment to secure it. Why aren't you going in? Not sure why it's not connecting. Unless, do I have this edit? Let me try. Maybe that's not at the correct rotation. Well, no, because that's lined up according to that, so. That was not supposed to happen. I think that piece yeeted like halfway across the room. Let me see if I can. Nope. It landed in front of my desk. We're good. We didn't lose anything. Maybe my studs aren't lined up on this little section correctly. Is that what the problem might be? Okay, so it looks like it's an alignment issue on here. I don't have those bricks perfectly straight. Yep, went right on that time. Let's keep going then. Engine sticker number 2. And I already showed you the first one, so I'm not going to show it again. Okay, so yeah, we still have plenty of bits left over here, so we definitely do have to attach this now. Just see the picture so I know I'm doing this correctly. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the instructions is showing you in big bold which position you want to have the lever in when you make this attachment. So there. And now you can actually see the mechanism working. The wing rotates, the lever rotates the wing back to put the engines into a vertical landing position. And then you flip it this way and it's back in flight mode. Okay. So now it has us doing the front engine for this side. So bag 13 must be the weapons. This is a pirate ship. After all, it needs weapons. So now we're doing the front engine. And then bag 12, I guess, is going to be the engine and wing assembly for the other side. It's only one time on this side. So actually, it looks like there is a little bit of unfinished stud work on this side. Okay. It looks like I have a bit of a missing piece situation. That will not affect me this step, but will affect me in the next step. So it looks like I do have to floor dive again. Guess when I thought something went down, something actually did go down. Actually, no. Looks like they're pulling a switcheroo on the pieces here. No, we're good. Okay, so this will go in and should attach right on. And now we're doing our third engine sticker. So we're halfway done with the engines after this one. And actually, you can activate the mechanism by the wing or the engine as well. You don't have to use that lever if you don't have a good grip. You can just, because turning one will turn the whole mechanism. So concludes bag 11. We're going into bag 12 now. I will go ahead and put this back off screen for the big engine assembly. So if this is the wings and the engines, then bag 13 must be just the weapons, because we've already finished the surface structure. Okay, there it is. Yeah, one more little tile, and then we can move on to the next step. Okay, so the wing is mostly together. Since this since this bag is basically the same stuff we just did, we know what to expect, and this bag's going to go together pretty quickly. Okay, that goes on like that. Okay, let's begin engine number 4 out of 6. So yeah, sorry I'm not talking much. I'm just trying to get through this bit. It's a little repetitive, and we've already been going 5 hours. I just want to get done with this bag reasonably quickly so we can move into the last bag and start adding weapons to the ship. So yeah. Also, I'm getting tired, so if I talk less, I can focus more. All right, time for the engine sticker. You okay?
Yeah.
That sticker should be adjusted, but it's not too bad. From the angles you'll see that sticker at, it's not going to be too bad. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Yeah, because this is the... Yeah, it should be fine. All right. Okay. So yeah, this will go on here. So yeah, this is so this one goes here. Okay. Sticker time. Okay, this goes on to here like this. Okay, we gotta bring the ship back onto screen now. There's one sticker left on the sticker sheet, which will be used in the final frontal engine here in just a few minutes. So this will go on here like this. And now we will start building up that final engine. And then after the final engine, we will open bag 13, which will, I'm sure bag 13 is just the weapons for this pirate ship. And of course, the pirate captain. Oh, that's how it's supposed to line up. Yeah, this ship is big. I'm going to have 2 or 3 more ships. Well, 2 ships hopefully by the end of summer. 2 others around the size class. We'll see how things go. All right, last sticker. And then this engine will, of course, go over here on the front like this. And with all the engines applied, the mechanism now works fully. And like I showed before, you can also turn by the engines themselves. And it rotates all 4. Here's the empty sticker sheet. We no longer need that. Bag 13 is going to start with Jod. And he's just holding a pirate's pistol right now, it looks like. But in the show, Jod actually has force ability, and he uses a lightsaber at a few points. So yeah, he's a pirate. He's all bad news. He pretends to like the kids at first, but he's only in it for the treasure that their planet represents. By the second half of the series, yeah, there's no good in him whatsoever. He's like Palpatine if Palpatine had chosen piracy instead of politics. That's how bad this guy is. It looks like he has a little scarf accessory. We'll put that on. So he has frowny face and angry frowny face. Well, he's the bad guy, and he's always making trouble, so we're gonna give him the angry face. That's an interesting hair shape. Alright, let's find his pistol, and then I'll show you Jod. And then, yeah, I can see some stud shooter pieces in this pile. So, yeah, this is the weapons and ammo. So he doesn't have a flashlight like everyone else. He has his pistol. And SM-33, his fighting style is just to use his fists, because SM-33 is big and strong and monstrous. So here's Jod, ready to fight. And let's do a quick size comparison here. Jod. Let's pull out SM-33. And SM-33 walks with a slight hunchback, but you can see how SM-33 towers over Jod, and Jod is a full-grown human. We'll seat him with the other characters for now. And of course, SM-33 returning to a sitting position. And we're a little off camera again. So we have our full roster of characters now. SM-33, Wim, Neil, Fern, KB, and Jod. Let us begin setting this up. So this is going to start with, I see some more turntable pieces in this parts pile as well. So lots of armament for this ship, I guess. We've already got 2 turntables that don't have anything on the top of the ship that don't have anything on them yet. But I see at least 2 more turntables in this parts pile. That, since they're in the parts pile, obviously also don't have anything on them yet. Wow, it's midnight. And we just went into the last bag. But it shouldn't take us too long to put this last little bit of the set together. I see a lot of stud shooters in this parts pile. This is a pirate ship, though, so it's to be expected that this would be a heavily armed ship. Okay, so this first bit looks like it's the radar dish. So this is going to go right here. So this is the little radar dish, kind of reminiscent of how the Falcon had a little radar communications antenna poking up. Older ships would have that. Remember, this ship was built during the Old Republic era. So now we have some detailing for the side panel here. hinge assembly here. Oh, okay. So now we have how many stud shooters going on? There's 6 stud shooters in this parts pile, of which we're about to use 4 of them here. So there's that turntable. There's the other okay. And there's actually 2 more turntables in the parts pile as well. I'm not going to bother with the testing step on the stud shooters. I'm confident that they work. I just have to remember which way the trigger unit goes, though. So yeah, this bag is pretty much all weapons here. Yeah. There's enough stud shooters here that I'm not gonna take the time to test them like I usually do. So one gets mounted on here. And that also serves as a handy handle for opening that door panel, which is otherwise flat. So if you take the turret and you can just use that as a grip, so you can open that. And once you have the top panel opened, you can then push down the bottom one. Alright, so it has us building another one of these double turrets here. So let's do, so yeah, lots of weapons on this ship. I'm a little surprised not to see the flick fire missiles that many Star Wars ships use, but stud shooters are cool too. And there's different kinds of weapons within the Star Wars galaxy as well. And there's enough different weapon types that it makes sense to have different types of shooters. So yeah, we're not going to raid out tonight. I can guarantee you that my normal people are gone by now. It's a Tuesday night, so we'll just call it when we finish this. I am planning another big Lego stream for over the weekend. Hopefully I can actually get it together this time and actually do it. Okay, it has this gun being right here. And now we're turning the ship around for some more detailing work. At least we're done with stickers. Okay. So it's having us put these little half tiles onto the existing turntables on the top of the ship. So those look like smaller guns. These don't launch. These are just the representation of guns here. So these tiny guns are mainly just surface detail. They don't really do anything in terms of play action. Obviously, in the show, they do stuff. Hmm. And then, of course, the little gunner stations, not to minifigure scale. So, scale on the ship is all over the place. The insides are, maybe the insides aren't to minifigure scale either. There's not really enough room inside to put all 6 characters. Here's another representation of small guns. So those two little bits of small guns we put on before, those are on the pre-existing turntables on the top. This is another representation of small guns. And this one is going to go... Okay, I can't even see what that's doing there. Okay. Of course it's Neil. You know what? The ship is landed right now. That's represented as such. And it looks like we're setting up the last 2 stud shooters in another gun block here. And this is going here. And now we're going to the front of the ship. Let's actually... we just... Well, we knocked over the pirate, but we also knocked one of the kids completely off the table. We'll leave the wings up for now, I think. The ship does look better that way. I still have a little bit of stuff left in this parts pile. So we have a few more surface bits to put together, but not too much. And here's another representation of small gun. So we're making right now we're making the forward cannons. And I would assume there's going to be okay. This goes here. Oh, here's that little grabby thing that the pirate ships have. I think that's what this is supposed to represent. It's pointy and stuff and looks like a claw, so this little assembly here, you can see it looks like a claw, and it shows that going on the front of the ship. Right over the opening ramp. Yeah. Another little gun for the front. $12. It comes with 12 things of ammo, 2 for each gun. So let me just go ahead and make two stacks of 6 ammo. These are studded studs, not tiled, so I can actually stack them this time. Unlike the last time when they were actually tiles, so I couldn't stack them and had to keep them all loose. So here's one stack of 6 ammo. And now I'll put together another stack of 6 ammo. And I still have a turntable sitting here. Well, that's the completed build, so turntables are not spare parts. Where did I miss something? Okay, I did both of those. I did those. It's this gun down here on the bottom. This gun assembly was supposed to have a turntable on it. Let's fix that real quick. And then I also see Alright, so we fixed that little gun. So yeah, all the guns rotate now. And yeah, it looks like the rest of this is legitimate spare bits. So we've set aside our two little ammo stacks over here. And it looks like here you can see the kids getting ready for adventure. Yeah, I think it looks good. Star Wars 25th anniversary advertisement. So finishes the instruction book. So yeah, here's our finished ship. Uh, this thing is big and heavy. We have the engines that rotate for landing position. We have a whole bunch of rotating gun turrets, as well as a dish. Yeah, lots of little bits, armor bits. Of course, we have the opening cockpit over here. And then down here, we have the cargo hold that opens from both sides. You can see straight through to the other side there. Let's go ahead and close that up for now. There's the front loading ramp here. And then there's also this back. There's also the back loading ramp, which is a bit hard to grip onto, but there it goes. And this is where they keep the food supplies, is in this back one. So we'll go ahead and close that up. And so yeah, big ship. Once again, the character is SM33. He's not in the set. He's a custom that we did at the beginning of stream. Because you really can't do Skeleton Crew without him. He is really important to the story and to the whole Onyx Cinder adventure and all that. Wim, Neil, Fern, KB, Pirate Captain Jod. We have the ammo set aside for the stud shooters. Our little brick separator. The rare version. And yeah, I think that's we finished at just under the 6-hour mark. This is a big, massive ship, which means I have to anticipate that if I do get the Falcon, that's gonna be an all-day thing, because that's 300 more pieces than this set is. But yeah, this is massive. I hope it fits on the shelf, because I don't see myself being able to bag this one up, at least not easily. Alright, well, that was fun. We're not going to raid out. Onyx Cinder, Skeleton Crew. If you haven't seen Skeleton Crew, really, it's a lot of fun. You should. Anyway, Have a good night, and I will see you soon. And hopefully, I'll have another special Lego stream over the weekend, because there's another stream of comparable piece count that I've been putting off for a while. And yeah, that all right. Let's have a good night, and I'll see you this weekend if I don't see you sooner. Bye for now.